It's loud. I think it's the bottom one. Is it? Oh, it's the top one. This one's a classic that I wanted to come back to. I've beaten the first two, I just never got around to always beating that third one. I would start it, but then I would just kind of forget about it. We'll go normal. Must. I will toggle. I hate holding. Holding. I don't know what those are. We'll do conversations. Make it a little bit brighter. The first time I ever played this, I picked the dwarves as my character. I don't know why I forgot. I think because of the bonuses and background. I think that might have been the reason why, but I think I'll change something else.
The chantry teaches us that it is the hubris of men which brought the darkspawn into our world. The mages had sought to usurp heaven, but instead they destroyed it. They were cast out, twisted and cursed by their own corruption. They returned as monsters, the first of the Darkspawn. They became a blight upon the lands, unstoppable and relentless. The dwarven kingdoms were the first to fall, and from the deep roads, the Darkspawn drove at us again and again, until finally we neared annihilation. The Grey Wardens came. Men and women from every race, warriors and mages, barbarians and kings. The Grey Wardens sacrificed everything to stem the tide of darkness and prevail.
That's right, I was a heavy axe user too for the dwarf.
It has been 4 centuries since that victory, and we have kept our vigil. We have watched and waited for the Darkspawn to return. But those who once called us heroes have forgotten. We are few now, and our warnings have been ignored for too long. It may even be too late. For I have seen with my own eyes what lies on the horizon. Maker, help us all.
Yeah, I went with these guys last time. That's right, because of that. Yeah, that's right, you can't be a mage. Well, I think there is. I think I chose them because of the strength. I think, or I just felt like just being them. Mm. Warriors, rogues, and mages. Oh, that's right, because dwarves can still be rogues, but just not mages. Strength, dexterity, magic, 1 cunning. So 2 constitution. I think I'll go with the human this time. Yeah, because of the I chose warrior. I mean, mages are cool and all, but I'd rather be like a duelist mage. Which in this game I don't think you can. Oh, and that's right, because of the tower too. If you're a mage, you go to the tower. Templar. I think I chose Templar or I chose Champion. I'll go class. Oh, that's right, because based on not only yeah, that's right, because mages and even though we were the same Grey Wardens, mages and knights, they hated each other. think I did Dwarf Noble. Because I can't remember, based on the race and where you pick your background, if you still spawn in the same place or if you spawn somewhere else.
Greetings.
God, I remember that. I think I'll go with this. It's about close to my style. Otherwise, I'd go with maybe that. What's with the rough patches? Yeah, we'll go with that. Been fighting some type of sickness and it's been bothering me. We'll go with that. Oh, stubble. That's why I was like confused as to what that was. I guess I could do that, but that's just kind of weird. That's just weird too. Honestly, stubble's just weird sometimes. We'll just go with that. Well, I don't know. Let's really look. Oh, it's because he's got the a patch underneath the chin. I might go with this instead of the beard. Honestly, I like stubble more than I like beard. Yeah, we'll go with that. Does look normal. too big. But right there. Nice spacing. Looks like it's about in the middle. Jesus. And we'll just leave it there. Eye color. Gotta go all the way. Route depth. Oh, for my forehead. I don't really see much of a difference, so we'll just leave it where it is. And we'll go there. We'll go there. And then I'm not gonna mess with anything else. Mouth. I don't think we'll mess with anything. Looks fine. Jaws and cheeks. This I want to, because cheeks are horribly disproportioned. No, it's a cheekbone, right? Yeah, it was. That's what it was. Okay, there we go. Oh, see. Neck and ears. Ear height. It's in the middle. To me, that doesn't really do anything, so we'll just leave it where it is. Ear size. It's the third one. Yeah, we'll just go with that. Neck thickness. It's in the middle. Oh my god. Looks like you can snap someone's neck with that. Oh, a little proportion. Portrait. Oh, I was like, what? We'll go with that. A slight turn. We'll do a slight turn. Right there. We'll do it there. Oh, you can change the background. I don't remember getting this detailed before. We'll go with that.
I have lost the spell.
How do you do?
Greetings.
Greetings. Charmed, I'm sure.
Greetings.
Ugh.
Ah, my spell! This isn't working! Need something else! You're in my way.
Greetings. I cannot cast it! This weapon does nothing.
Greetings. Well, that didn't work. Well, this is odd. My weapon is useless.
How do you do?
Right, casting. Focus. This is not good. Scoot!
Greetings. No, it is gone. I must try another tactic. I need buy, please.
I think we'll. There we go. Perfect. Yeah, because Cousin Land, I think, is the actual presentable name. 5 points. Now, it depends on what type of strength character I want to do. Do I want a character that's going to be a shield type or just full-on melee? Because if I'm going full melee, this is what I want to go with. That's just. I like how everything keeps saying rogues. Oh, well, I mean, that one did say warriors. Let's add that. Add 1 to cunning. 1 to strength. We'll go another cunning. Ah, that's right. I forgot about skills. I think I want to go with the the first one. Hoy. Oh, that's right. I forgot there is a penalty for that. need this. Dual weapon, I'm not gonna do that. Because I'll either use a sword and shield or double-handed weapon. Because I think I did do... Because this sounds familiar, but I might have been thinking of Alistair's. What do I want to go with? Well, Warrior's going to be good regardless because it can benefit both the shield and the two-handed. I don't want this one because I don't want to sacrifice attack speed. Go with this one. Wait, did that? What's that? Let's see. Oh no, I already gained that. So I already got weapon and shield, so I could always do a two-handed so I can balance between the two. And these are cooldowns. They're not like something like this, where it's just a passive type deal. Dang. Or an active one. Oh yeah, I can't even do this because I didn't put in the strength. Ooh, no. I don't like friendly fire.
For generations, your family, the Kuzlans, has stewarded the lands of Highever, earning the loyalty of your people with justice and temperance. When your country was occupied by the Orlesian Empire, your father and grandfather served the embattled kings of your land. Today, your elder brother takes up House Kuzlan's banner in service to the crown, not against the men of Orlais, but against the bestial darkspawn rising in the south.
I trust then that your troops will be here shortly.
I expect they will start arriving tonight, and we can march tomorrow. I apologize for the delay, my lord. This is entirely my fault.
No. The appearance of the Darkspawn in the south has us all scrambling, doesn't it? I only received the call from the king a few days ago myself. I'll send my eldest off with my men. You and I will ride tomorrow just like the old days.
True, though we both had less grey in our hair then, and we fought all legions, not monsters.
At least the smell will be the same. I'm sorry, Pup, I didn't see you there. Hal, you remember my son?
I see he's grown into a fine young man. Pleased to see you again, lad. My daughter Delilah asked after you. Perhaps I should bring her next time.
Ooh.
Good. She goes on about your prowess as a warrior. I think you have an admirer, young man.
At any rate, Pup, I summoned you for a reason. While your brother and I are both away, I'm leaving you in charge of the castle. Now, that's what I'd like to hear. Only a token force is remaining here, and you must keep peace in the region. You know what they say about mice when the cat is away, yes? There's also someone you must meet. Please, show Duncan in.
My chest.
It is an honor to be a guest within your hall, Tyrn Kuzland.
Your lordship, you didn't mention that a Grey Warden would be present.
Duncan arrived just recently, unannounced. Is there a problem?
Of course not. But a guest of this stature demands certain protocol. I am at a disadvantage.
We rarely have the pleasure of seeing one in person, that's true. Pup, Brother Aldous taught you who the Grey Wardens are, I hope. They are the heroes of legend, who ended the Blights and saved us all. Duncan is looking for recruits before joining us and his fellow Wardens in the south. I believe he's got his eye on Sir Gilmore.
If I might be so bold, I would suggest that your son is also an excellent candidate.
Honor though that might be, this is one of my sons we're talking about.
You did just finish saying that Grey Wardens are heroes, old friend.
I've not so many children that I'll gladly see them all off to battle. Unless you intend to invoke the right of conscription.
Have no fear. While we need as many good recruits as we can find, I've no intention of forcing the issue.
Pup, can you ensure that Duncan's requests are seen to while I'm gone? In the meantime, find Fergus and tell him to lead the troops to Ostagar ahead of me. Upstairs in his chambers, no doubt, spending some last moments with his wife and my grandson. Be a good lad and do as I've asked. We'll talk soon.
I think I remember how I get into the Grey Wardens. Because of this battle. Whoa. Ooh, I do not like that camera. Would it be this? I can't tell. First, let's do that. Ooh. It doesn't feel bad, but I still can't tell.
Good evening, my lord.
Shouldn't you be off to your brother, as I asked? Your brother and I go into battle. not an afternoon tea. Who knows what will happen to us? I will tell you, however, you're my cherished son. I love you, and I trust you completely to carry on the Kuzlan name if the worst should happen. But don't worry about me, dear boy. You'll have enough to occupy your mind while I'm gone. When the king demands it. In fact, not sending our forces south would be a distinctly bad idea. Don't worry, pup. You shouldn't see many problems, but I want you to prepare the men left here, in case. Legends of the Blights tell of horrible things. These darkspawn once threatened many lands. If we can't hold them, you must prepare for the worst. I know you will. You are a Kuzland, after all. But let's not speak of ominous things. We shall assume that all will go well, and the Mako will watch over us. I'll talk to you soon. Just let me finish my meeting with Duncan.
I'm sorry, but I believe your father wishes to talk to the Arl and myself alone. Your father has left you in charge of the castle? Then I will see you at dinner tomorrow, if not sooner. As do I. Until then.
Yes? We fought together under King Marek when he drove the Orlesians out of Ferelden. Heady times. The years since have not held the same promise. It's not something a youth would understand. It will be good to ride beside your father again. Your father hasn't spoken of our time with him? That man took care of his friends. As they say, he was large as life and twice as tall. It's too bad Kalen isn't half that. I think of him as much as he thinks at all.
That's enough.
Hardly.
You speak of our king.
Oh, the boy did ask, your lordship. As per the latitude you allow. I merely offered my opinion. The topic has come up from time to time. The young and their infatuations. I'm sure that was years ago. People change. To be honest, I have no expectations. And your father seems determined to let you find your own way. If something did happen, well, we'd address it as befits a family of our stature. I'm sure there will be much to discuss once I return. Poor weather, I believe. Their progress has been slow, but it's nothing you need worry about. I thank you. That is quite unnecessary.
That's right, it was him. The Earl betrays us. Leaves father by himself and we get screwed.
Greetings, my lord. You are the Terran's son, are you not? That is good to know. I understand you shall take charge of your father's castle once we march. Ah, then I wish you luck. Good evening, my lord. Good evening, my lord. Good evening, my lord.
Good evening, my lord. Good evening, my lord. Good evening, my lord.
Surprisingly, the graphics aren't horrible. That's right, they give me everything in case, depending on what I wanted to use. Oh, no. Oh yeah, that's right, because I can go back and look at this.
There you are. Your mother told me the Terran had summoned you, so I didn't want to interrupt. Pardon my manners, my lord. It's simply that I've been looking all over the castle for you. I fear your hound has the kitchens in uproar once again, and is threatening to leave.
Oh, that's right, we get a dog.
No matter how the maids try to keep him out, he always finds a way in. You know these Mabari hounds. They listen only to their master. Anyone else risks having an arm bitten off. I'm not willing to test that. You're quite lucky to have your own Mabari warhound, you know. Smart enough not to talk, my father used to say. Of course, that means he's easily bored. Nan swears he confounds her just to amuse himself. At any rate, your mother would have me accompany you until the matter is settled, shall we? She was entertaining Lady Landra and her son when I left her. Perhaps in the atrium? Before we go, my lord, might I beg a question? I've heard from several people that a Grey Warden is here. Is that true? Then, is it also true that this Grey Warden was asking after me? Maker's breath. Are you certain? Can you imagine? Me, a Grey Warden? It would be everything I've dreamed of. Of course, I shouldn't get ahead of myself. Pardon my outburst. We really should go after your hound, my lord, before he does something worse. Only what everyone hears. I never expected to actually see one. So few of them are here in Ferelden. Never. You hear about Darkspawn attacking homesteads and travellers, but I thought they were just stories. I only know that once you become a Grey Warden, your old life is over. There's no go. I hear they only recruit the most skilled. It'd be disappointing as you wish. But what if the Grey Warden tries to recruit you? Have you thought about it? He could change his mind. Grey Wardens are notorious. Scribe Aldous once told me that the Grey Wardens used to burn entire villages to keep them out of Darkspawn hands. Surely you jest, my lord. You're strong. The Grey Wardens would be fools to overlook you. Too bad. It's unlikely that the Wardens would risk your father's wrath. I would, were it my choice. Your father decided I should remain with the complement guarding the castle. I hope that's because this Grey Warden wishes to see me. Well, you know I've served your father for years, since my own father sent me to... My father is a minor lord in the Banorn, but our land is little more than a glorified farmstead. I do miss it, though. I take great pride in serving the town. Still, if I had the opportunity to join the Grey Wardens, I wouldn't hesitate. With his blessing, I imagine. Joining the Wardens is the height, of course, my lord.
Good evening, my lord.
Perhaps we should take the time to review what we've learned.
I await instructions.
I was hoping to destroy these, but I
You
guess
really
I
should
can't.
go after your hound, my lord, before he does something worse. Of course, my lord. Lead on.
Get that bloody mutt out of the larder.
But, mistress, it won't let us near.
If I can't get into that larder, I'll skin both of you,
Calm down, good woman.
You and you. Your bloody mongrel keeps getting into my larder. That beast should be put down. Just get him gone. I've enough to worry about with the castle. You two, stop standing there.
We will serve you well while the Terran is gone.
We will serve you while the Terran is gone.
Why are you talking to me, young man? That wretched creature is likely eating my beautiful roast as we speak. How in the blazes am I supposed to know? He up and walked through the wall likes. That hound isn't natural. I see it in his eyes.
We'd best go into the larder while we can before Nan runs for the guards. Of course, my lord.
Why are you talking to me, young man? That wretched creature is likely eating my beautiful roast as we speak. That hound, just get the beast...
Oh, look at that mess.
Oh, that's
How did
right,
he
because
even
he's
get
smelling the duck, the duck spawn.
It does seem like he's trying to tell you something. Wait. Do you hear
At
that?
the time, you don't. No.
It is begun, as you say. I shall do it. Very well, as you say. It shall be done. It is begun. I shall do it. It shall be done. It is begun. Very well. As you say. Ow! That one bit me! I shall do it.
It's like semi-top-down
Giant
view,
rats.
but it's not.
It's like the start of every bad adventure tale my grandfather used to tell. Your hound must have chased them in through their holes. Looks like he wasn't raiding the larder after all. I've seen larger. They come up from the Kakari wilds sometimes. But seeing as you've got your Mabari well in hand, I'll be on my way. I'm to prepare for the arrival of more of the Isle's men.
Because there's affection in this game. So it's based on the conversations and things you get people.
There he is, as brazen as you please, licking his chops after helping himself to the roast, no doubt.
What? Rats? large grey ones.
They'll rip you to shreds, they will!
See, now you've gone and scared the servants. I expect those filthy things are dead. Oh, I bet that dog led those... Oh, don't even start with the sad eyes. Here then, take these pork bits and don't say that Nan never gives you anything. Thank you, my lord. That's right, you two. Quit standing...
We will serve you well while the Terran is gone.
Thank you again for your help. Now, if you'll just hold on a moment. Adney, get moving with those casts. And Kath, do you think you can serve that to the Terran with dirt?
Miserable old bat.
Oh, bat am I? We've got to work double time on supper, sweep out the hearths, and no complaining. Just keeping order. That's why your father keeps me on. The good maker knows I needn't take... Thank you for coming to your old nanny's rescue. That blasted hound is... Don't start with me. But what about you, man? Been keeping safe and well behaved, I hope? Good. I'm not exactly privy to your goings-on now that you're grown. Just an old nanny, never invited to... Do you remember that bedtime tale I used to tell you? The dog that bit? Good. Then you can start.
I don't remember.
A warhound was born to the elder bitch of a tribal chief. They named him Hahaku and gave him everything. He grew up a fine, strong pup, destined to be the partner of the chief's eldest son. The young hound became arrogant, taking food from his kin and warning them, in the way of dogs, that the chief's family would punish them if they tried to attack him. Years passed, and the time for the chief's son to take a warhound came closer. Hahaku's pride swelled, and many of the people of the tribe came to the chief, quietly whispering of this dog's bullying. With each complaint, the chief saw only Hahaku's... But as his son grew, the chief watched more closely. The day might come when his boy's life would depend on this dog. If the humblest of his people would not trust Hahaku, how could he? When the day came, Hahaku sat proudly waiting to be called, but the old chief chose Hahaku's... Hahaku was shamed, but felt no remorse. So great was his rage that he darted across the fire pit and bit the chief's hand. No, an impulsive and prideful one. The chief and his son struck at Hahaku, cursing him. The hound ran into the village, seeking shelter in the other dogs snapped at him, and the tribe's people threw stones at him. Before the chief... Now, what should you carry from this tale? Very true. Hahaku thought himself above the others and expected his position to protect him. But you're far too old now for an old woman to be reminding you to watch how you behave, It's a story worth repeating. Be off with you then. Tell your brother farewell.
We have much to do.
Oh, because I guess lockpicking. I gotta go that way anyways. Yes, I want to go up, then to the right, go down, then all the way left.
We will serve you well while the Terran is gone.
We will... The Terran and the Arl are leaving before dawn. It will be such a
I wonder
long
what's
flight.
in that room. No. Would it be stealing? Or would it be for the thief? I think it'd be for the thief for the talents.
Good evening, my lord. Good evening, my lord.
Evening, my lord.
Maker, prepare a place for us. Redeem our world from sin. Forgive our transgressions.
Maker, forgive us all.
As they ride
Have
into
you
battle.
come to pray for your brother and father? I'd be happy to ask for the Maker's blessings with you. Please, child, call me Malol. I've known you since you were a wee babe after all. Creator of the sky, the land, and the sea. Hear your people in our time of need. Let no man have cause to fear the shadows. Let their souls be lifted upon your return. There now. I'll be keeping a vigil tonight. There are many more who must receive the Maker's blessings before they leave. If you would excuse me. I cannot. We shall talk.
Andraste.
I'm sorry, child, but I must attend the spiritual needs of those heading into battle.
Good evening, my lord.
Jeez, I wonder what's in those rooms. That's one. Chest counts as a 2, 3, 4, 5 things that are locked. Yes, I'm gonna go left, hit up these things. Then when I come back this way, I'm gonna hit that room. Then go down the atrium and do that.
Oh, my lord, we were just, well, the treasury's safe. I'm not even sure why the Terran stationed us here. I don't know. Nobody has come to look at the treasury. The Terran, and perhaps the Terraner? Honestly don't know, my lord. My lord is very kind to show.
No, I cannot. Thank you for your lenience, my lord.
I wonder if he'll give me the key.
Shouldn't you be off to your brother, as I asked? Upstairs in his chambers, no doubt. I'll talk to you soon. Just let...
Good evening, my lord.
Mother says the Darkspawn will all be killed and I won't see one. Is that true? Mother says the Darkspawn will all be killed and I won't see one.
Hello, my dear boy. By chance, I am beginning to teach the...
Do we have to?
Boys, you are referring to the Couslands, the very family in whose castle you live. Show some respect. I see you haven't changed. Perhaps it would benefit you to join our lesson. Wonderful. Oh, the Cousland history is long indeed. Where shall we start? Well, records are vague. But the Couslands became Tierns during the Black Age. Is that familiar, child? Every day I pray to the Maker that my lessons will stick. At that time, your family held only the minor title of Ban. When the werewolves reached this area, Ban Mather Cousland organized a curfew and patrols. Several other local bands supported his efforts by swearing oaths of fealty, making him their Tiern. Well, I'm glad some of my lessons don't disappear into that yawning chasm between your ears, young man. It seems you've already plumbed the depths. At any rate, your family has held the tournure of High Ever since before King Calenhad united Ferelden. In fact, Tierna Elethea Cousland battled Calenhad to maintain High Ever's independence. The Couslands are ardent royalists now, but at that time, Calenhad was unknown. When Calenhad's army reached High Ever, Tierna Elethea led the local bands against him. Obviously, Calenhad won. Calenhad wished to unite Ferelden. After Elethea's men were defeated, Calenhad asked her to swear fealty. The boulder where they held council still stands today as a memorial of that. The history between the Couslands and the House reaches back to the Orlesian occupation. During your grandfather's rule, of course, during the rebellion against Orlais, several battles. The port village of Harper's Ford was the tourneur's center. Its Arl was Tarleton Howe. Though nearly 90, your grandfather openly supported the rebellion, but Howe sided with Orlais. Your family was forced to seize Harper's Ford before it was all over. The Howes eventually joined the rebellion, when all of Ferelden, just as now we united behind Merrick's son, King Cailan, to fight the Darkspawn. Thank you.
Does that mean we have to...
Silence! I will not have you two becoming smart Perhaps you should go. I doubt they need any more distraction.
He's asleep.
Good evening.
A lot of fires. Honestly, I don't remember exploring this place when I first started. Must be the mess hall.
And my dear Bryce bought this back from Orlais last year. The Marquis who gave it to him was drunk, I understand, and mistook Bryce for the king. Ah, here is my younger son. I take it by the presence of that troublesome hound of yours that the situation in the kitchen is handled. Ah, marvelous. Just the thing for my guests to hear right before dinner. Darling, You remember Lady Landra?
I think we last met at your mother's spring salon. You're too kind, dear boy. Didn't I spend half the salon shamelessly flirting with you?
Right in front of your family, too.
You remember my son, Dyron. I believe you two...
And you beat me handily, as I recall. It's good to see you again, my lord.
And this is my lady-in-waiting, Iona. Do say something, dear.
It is a great honor, my lord. I have heard...
Don't look now, Eleanor. But I believe...
Lady Landra.
Hush, Landra. You'll turn the poor thing scarlet.
Hey!
As it pleases...
I think perhaps I shall rest now, my dear.
Perhaps we'll retire to the...
Good evening, your...
You should say goodbye to Fergus while you have the chance. Yes, your father mentioned that. You haven't got it into your head that you want to be recruited. There's enough here at the castle to occupy you. I don't need you off chasing danger like your brother. If he's not out with his men, probably upstairs with Oriana. I know it's difficult to stay in the castle and watch others ride off. But we must see to our duties first. You understand that, don't you? Trust me. You'll get your chance for excitement soon enough. As do I. Your father and brother are marching off to fight Maker knows what, but it wouldn't help for us to take up arms and follow. Fergus and your father have their duty, and we have ours. For a few days. Then I'll travel with Lady Landret. Your father thinks my presence here might undermine your authority. Don't worry, my dear. It won't be long. I love you, my darling boy. You know that, don't you? Go do what you must, then.
I think she dies too. If I vaguely remember anything.
Good evening, my lord.
I have to go straight then right. I can't even go in there. Dude, there's a lot of locked doors up in this place. Oh, is this my room? Broskies. I don't even have anything in my chest. Broski.
Is there really going to be a war, Papa? Will you bring me back a sword?
That sword, Oren.
Sword.
And I'll get you the mightiest one I can find, I promise. I'll be back before you know it.
I wish victory was indeed so certain. My heart is disquiet.
Don't frighten the boy, love. I speak the truth. And here's my little brother to see me off. Now dry your eyes, love, and wish me well.
He is as mortal as anyone, despite his refusal to believe.
Now, love, no need to be grim.
Really? Was he riding a griffin?
Shh, Oren. Griffins...
I'd heard that. Did he say why he's come? Good for him. I hope he makes it. If I were a Grey Warden, though, I'd have my eye on you. Not that Father would ever allow it. Word from the south is that the battles have gone well. There's no evidence that this is a true blight, just a large raid.
Could that be true?
I'll see for myself soon enough. Pray for me, love, and I'll be back within a month or two. I wish you could come. It'll be tiring killing all those
Surely your father would not place both his heirs.
Mother and father have been fighting about it for days. It's too bad. I could have used you at my side. If it's any consolation, I'm sure I'll freeze in the southern rain and be completely jealous.
I am positively thrilled that you will be so miserable, husband.
Then the Owl's men are delayed. You'd think his men were all walking backwards. Well, I'd better get underway. So many Darkspawn to behead, so little time. Off we go then. I'll see you soon, my love.
I would hope, dear boy, that you plan to wait for us before taking your leave.
Be well, my son. I will pray for your safety every day you are gone.
The Maker sustain and preserve us all. Watch over our sons, husbands and fathers,
And bring us some ale and wenches while you're at it. For the men, of course.
Fergus, you would say this in front of your mother?
What's a wench? Is that what you pull on to get the bucket out of the well?
A wench is a woman that pours the ale in a tavern, Orin. Or a woman who drinks a lot of ale.
Bryce, Maker's breath. I swear it's like living with a pack of small boys.
I'll miss you, mother dear. You'll take care of her, brother, won't you?
I agree. Especially if you get...
Now that is a good incentive.
Enough. Pup, you'll want to get an early night.
Mama says you're going to be watching over us while Papa is gone. Is that true, Uncle? What if the castle is...
Dragons are terrible creatures, Orin.
Yeah, I want to...
This is your influence, Fergus.
I like how, like, they know
anything.
that dragons are real,
you
but
going
griffins
to
are
teach me
fake.
to use a sword, Uncle? Take that, dire bunny! Oh, Darkspawn, fear my sword of truthiness.
I'm thinking no.
Oh, I never get...
Don't worry, son. You'll get to see a
If you should need any assistance in the coming days, I would be glad to offer it.
This is going to be boring. I don't want to stay in the castle all the time.
Best do as your father says, darling. I will see
Getting
you
sent to bed early, are we? I'd rather that too. Better be fun. At any rate, I'll miss you. Now I wish I was staying. It's damn cold in the south this time of year.
You should be on your way, pup. Long day ahead tomorrow. Ah, I was wondering how long this would take. Has he asked to recruit you? If a blight is truly upon us in the south, then Grey Wardens will be. If it comes to that, we can talk about it when I get back. Until then, just show him every courtesy. Duncan is a... I know that you'll do me proud. You've grown... You should be on your way, pup. I know...
Level up! Woohoo! Oh, that's right. I forgot. I think I would just choose champion. Alright, so let's pick... Because I could do archery, but at the same time, I wish I could see his stats. He has no skills, talents. We'll go Constitution, Dexterity, and Strength. I didn't do anything. Because I think we are under attack by Darkspawn.
My lord! Help me! The castle is under attack!
Oh no, it's the Arl's men.
It shall be done. It is begun.
There is no glory in bloodshed!
Very well.
Right, little thing. I wouldn't try it.
Yeah, cause he faked it.
I shall do it. It shall be done.
Damn you!
It is begun. As you say. It is begun. Very well. I shall do it. Don't believe for this.
Darling, I heard fighting outside and I feared the worst. Are you hurt? They never got through the door. A scream woke me up. There were... Did you see their shields? Those are Hal's men. Why would they attack us? You don't think Hal's men were delayed? On purpose? Have you seen your father? He never came to bed. We must find him. And trust his mercy. Let's check on them quickly.
No, I meant to get this. Nope. I got a maze. Can I compare? Yeah. Ooh. It requires more strength, but it does horrible damage? Oh. Oh no, Oh, this is their room.
Things here, darling. Some of your father's belongings are in that trunk.
I could just take it and sell it. Damn, they already turned the skeletons fast.
No! My little Oren! What manner of fiend slaughters innocents? How is not even taking hostages? He mean... Oh, poor Fergus. Let's go, I don't want...
We must not exhaust our supplies. It shall be done. Very well. As you say. If you're done, I shall do it. Over here. Very well. Don't bleed for this. As you say. It is begun.
I think I like this combat system, with the way it was. Broskies.
Oh, dear Landry.
Oh, I was like...
I'm so sorry.
Oh, it's...
If she hadn't been
Oh, it's the lady
here.
that came. That means her son and her lady-in-waiting probably died too. Yeah, I didn't get to go talk to them because as soon as I like walked out of the room, it went ahead and just cut the scene.
Can you hear the fighting? Hal's men must be everywhere. My only grandchild is a ravaged... The front gates. That's where your father must be. Listen, darling. If we can't find your father, you must get out of here alive. Without you, if Hal's men are inside, they must already control the castle. We must use the servants' entry in the larder to escape. Do you hear me? Then let's find out for ourselves. But if Hal's trap has snapped shut, we must get to the castle gates. That's surely where your father is.
Oh yeah, because I want to hit up the
The
treasury.
castle has fallen! I'm getting out of here! Yes, my lord! Here they come!
More enemies ahead, as you say. It shall be done. Very well. I shall do it. Very well. It shall be done.
Go down!
As you say.
Where is everyone else?
It shall be done. I shall do it. It is begun. Very well.
Make her guide my hand.
Shall be done. It is begun. Reach to this. I need to have a word with you.
I will drag you from our land myself.
It is begun, as you say. Very well. I shall do it. Shall be done.
Oh, come on!
You're dead!
We must fight. Let us do it quickly. Shall be done. I shall do it. Very well. It is begun, as you say. Shall be done. I shall do it. As you say. Shall be done. It is begun. Shall be done. That should do it.
What is it?
As you say, I shall do it. Very well. Shall be done. As you say.
They were just all over us. Oh, man, that was close. Oh yeah, it does nothing.
We must get to the castle. We must get to the castle gates. That's surely where your father is.
Extra dude on my side. Oh no.
You will be avenged, old sage. I swear it.
Old man, no. Like I said, I don't really remember everything. Just kind of bits and pieces here and there. Broskies, really?
We must get to the castle gates. That's surely where your father is.
Guess he's just gonna pat heavily.
Impossible. Getting close to the treasury. The Kuzland family blade lies inside. Here, darling, take my key. That blade cannot...
What yes! The men, I'm sorry.
We must get to the castle gates. That's surely where your father is.
Aha! Close, but no dice. Ooh. Need 18, 20. Ooh. That's some good stuff.
I shall do it. It is begun. Very well. Shall be done. I shall do it. It is begun. Very well. Shouldn't have walked over my shield.
Oh, blast you!
You say no. Shall be done.
This is our home!
It's a fine thing we've done.
No.
Enemies approaching. It has begun. I shall do it.
Oh, blast you! You will not be defeated!
Very well.
Away with you!
Shall be done.
Where is the Terran?
by
Does he
guards.
live?
It has begun. I need to have a word with you.
Miss! Full blast you! How about you?
As you say.
Let's go! This is our home!
Shall be done. Very well.
Sweet, I got another guy with me. The other one just kind of ran off. No, I had been in there. Oh, so I would have to cut through here to get to the other side.
We must not exhaust our supplies. I shall do it.
Best be wary!
As you say.
Don't give them the advantage! Over here!
Shall be done. Need to have a word with you.
Roll! Blast you!
Don't bleed for this.
I don't remember that being in here.
Enemies approaching. It has begun. You keep pushing. We'll see as you say. Flight. Work. Very well.
There is no glory in bloodshed!
As you say.
Alright, sweet. I've been taking them out little by little.
Enemies approaching.
Refuse to the post.
That's it. I need to hit the mage. Oh, damn
it. Very well.
Go, man the gate. Keep those bastards out as long as you can. Your ladyship, my lord, you're both alive. I was certain Hal's men had gotten through. When I realized what was happening, it was all I could do to shut the gates. But they won't keep Hal's men out long. If you've another way out of the castle, use it quickly. I've no idea. You don't think...
Perhaps he was sent to kill Bryce?
When I last saw the Terran, he'd been badly wounded. I urged him not... He went towards the kitchen. I believe he thought to find you.
Bless you, Sir Gilmore.
Maker, what...
Did you not hear, Sir
Where is
Gilmore?
the Terran? Does he live?
We must
Hold
go
them
while
back.
we can.
Where is the Terran? Does he live? Let a single one through.
Be on your guard.
I shall do it.
Come and face me if you dare.
We need to have a word with you. I shall be done.
We're under attack! Roll! Blast you!
It has begun.
That's a heavy dude.
It has begun. It shall be done. I shall do it. Very well. Hopefully for this. We must fight. Let us do it quickly. quickly! We must fight! Shall we go? He's begun.
Like a little thief. You'll bleed for this.
Couldn't let Mother go down.
Run! Run! We must get out! They're slaughtering everyone!
Enemies approaching. I shall do it. It's begun. As you say. Hold it. It's not going very well. What was that?
How dare you come here?
So I can't go through the front gate.
There, you both are. I was
Bryce.
wondering when you would get here.
Maker's blood, what's happening? You're bleeding.
Hal's men found me first. Almost did me in right there. I won't survive the standing, I think.
Once Hal's men break through the gate, they will find...
Someone must reach Fergus. Tell him what has happened.
Bryce, no. The servants' passage is right here.
The castle is
I'm afraid the turn is correct. Howe's men have not yet discovered this exit, but they surround the castle. Getting past will be difficult.
You are Duncan, then? The Grey Warden?
Yes, your ladyship. The turn and I tried to reach you sooner.
My youngest son helped me get here. Maker be praised.
I am not surprised. I fear your thanks are premature.
Whatever is to be done now, it must be quick.
Duncan, you are under no obligation to me, but I beg you, take my wife and son to safety.
I will, your lordship, but I fear I must ask for something in return.
Anything.
What is happening here pales in comparison to the evil now loose in this world. I came to your castle seeking a recruit. The Darkspawn threat demands that I leave with one.
I understand.
Truthfully, you were always my first choice. I will take the Tyrna and your son to Ostagar to tell Fergus and the king what happened. Then, your son joins the Grey Wardens.
So long as justice comes.
Then I offer you a place within the Grey Wardens. Fight with us. We will inform the king, and he will punish Hal. I'm sorry.
Hal thinks he'll use the chaos to advance himself. Make him wrong, pup. Our family always does our duty first. The Darkspawn must be defeated. You must go. For your own sake and for Ferelden's.
We must leave quickly then.
Bryce, are you...
Our son will not die of Hal's treachery. He will live. and
Darling, go with Duncan. You have a better chance to escape without me.
Eleanor.
Hush, Bryce. I'll kill every bastard that comes through that door to buy them time. But I won't abandon you. My place is with your father. And his...
I'm so sorry it's come to this, my love.
We had a good life, and did all we could. It's up to our children now.
Then go, pup. Warn your brother. Know that we love you both. You do us proud.
They've broken through the gates. We must go now.
Goodbye, darling.
We will be traveling south through the hinterlands to the ruin of Ostagar, on the edges of the Korkari Wilds. The Tevinter Imperium built Ostagar long ago to prevent the Wilders from invading the northern lowlands. It's fitting we make our stand here, even if we face a different foe within that forest. The King's forces have clashed with the Darkspawn several times, but here is where the bulk of the Horde will show itself. There are only a few Grey Wardens within Ferelden at the moment, but all of us are here. This blight must be stopped, here and now. If it spreads to the north, Ferelden will fall.
Ho there, Duncan.
King Kaelan. I didn't expect a
royal welcome? I was beginning to worry you'd miss all the fun.
Not if I could help it, Your Majesty.
Then I'll have the mighty Duncan at my side in battle after all. Glorious. The other wardens told me you'd found a promising recruit. I take it this is he?
Allow me to introduce you, Your Majesty.
No need, Duncan. You are Bryce's youngest, are you not? I don't think we've ever actually met. Your brother has already arrived with High Ever's men, but we are still awaiting your father. Dead? What do you mean? Duncan, do you know anything about this?
Terran Cousland and his wife are dead, Your Majesty. Arl Howe has shown himself a traitor and overtaken High Ever Castle. Had we not escaped, he would have killed us and told you any story he wished.
I can scarcely believe it. Well, how could he think he could get away with such treachery? As soon as we are done here, I will turn my army north and bring Howe to justice. You have my word. No doubt you wish to see your brother. Unfortunately, he and his men are scouting in the wilds. We are all in danger, my friend. Nothing can be done until your brother returns, and that will not be until the battle is over. I apologize, but there's nothing more I can do. All I can suggest is that you vent your grief against the Darkspawn for the time being. I'm sorry to cut this short, but I should return to my tent. Loghain waits eagerly to bore me with his strategies.
I think
Your uncle sends his greetings and reminds you that Redcliffe forces could be here in less than a week.
Ha! Eamon just wants in on the glory. We've won 3 battles against these monsters, and tomorrow should be no different. Overconfident, some would say. Right, Duncan?
Your Majesty, I'm not certain the blight can be ended quite as quickly as you might wish.
I'm not even sure this is a true blight. There are plenty of Darkspawn on the field, but alas, we've seen no sign of an archdemon.
Disappointed, Your Majesty?
I'd hoped for a war like in the tales. A king riding with the fabled Grey Wardens against a tainted god. But I suppose this will have to do. I must go before Loghain sends out a search party. Farewell, Grey Wardens.
Because I think he dies and King Alistair gets put on the throne, but everybody is against it because of what transpires from this.
What the king said is true. They've won several battles against the Darkspawn here. Despite the victory so far, the Darkspawn horde grows larger with each passing day. By now, they look to outnumber us. I know there is an archdemon behind this, but I cannot ask the king to act solely on my feeling. Yes, we should proceed with the ritual. Feel free to explore the camp here as you wish. All I ask is that you do not leave it for the time being. There is another Grey Warden in the camp by the name of Alistair. When you're ready, seek him out and tell him it's time to summon the other recruits. Your hound can stay with me while I attend to some business. The Grey Warden tent is on the other side of this bridge. You will find us there should you need to.
Yeah, 'cause he dies it. I think in the betrayal, like a setup. And so because Alistair, I think at the time, people don't realize he has noble blood in him. I can't remember. Oh yeah, I need to increase that to 18. We'll do that. Yeah, I can't really use that right now, so there's no point. Do I want that one? I don't really care for trap making. This one would be good. Nah, we'll just go with that. Still can't use this one, which is okay.
The Tower of Ishal is off limits. The men stationed inside are securing it now. I think they used it once to watch for wilders coming out of the forest. By orders of Tairn Loghain. The tower is being secured by his men. I'm told they discovered some lower chambers, and they don't know how far down they go, so for now, everyone's to stay out. I didn't see anything like that when I was there, but who knows? Goes back to the time of the Tevinter Imperium. Dwarven make. That's probably why it's still standing. Make a speed.
I think this is where, after...
Today, 2 units of men arrived every hour, and they expect to double that tomorrow. Still, the Tairn worries that may not be enough.
I think it's after I do the recruitment test is when everything goes downhill here.
Make a watch over you, my lord.
Go ahead. Oh.
Make a watch over you, my lord.
It's only 7? Jeez. Feels like it's later. Ah, yes. He won't like that.
Make a watch over you, my lord.
I do remember though, like, as much as you could explore, there's a slight time limit in the sense that you have to do everything later on, because at some point the Blight take over, or the Darkspawn take over half the lands, and once they do, you can't visit those lands anymore. Because I remember I got a character that was in prison, and I found out by chance that if you didn't save him before, then you lost them. I think I got the max amount of people in the group, or like everybody that's recruitable. The first time I played it without even really trying.
Hail, you must be the Grey Warden recruit that Duncan brought. This place hasn't seen such bustle in centuries, I'll wager. Need a hand getting anywhere? Not far. It's straight ahead. Most of your fellas are in the valley with the army, but the recruits seem to be staying up here for now. Try heading north. I think he was sent with a message to the mages. Used to be a fortress long time ago, so I understand. Back in the days when the Wilders, you were just on the eastern side of the ruin. The Tower of Ishal is there, but Tairn Loghain's close. This side is the King's camp. We've got the Grey Wardens here, the Circle of Magi, the Chantry, You can't swing a dead cat without hitting somebody important. Quartermaster, he's just a bit to the northwest. Probably in his tent. He and Tairn Logain are on the south. The king likes to spend time with his soldiers, though. Sometimes even without his bodyguard. Drives Tairn Logain wild, that does.
I think Tairn Logain betrays him.
A few mages, yes. They even brought those creepy quiet fellows, the Tranquil. Gives me the shivers when they talk. They're to the north of here, bunched up with a herd of Templars glaring at them. Can't miss it. This is Fereld. The king has his kennels on the west side of camp. These aren't cute puppies, though. Some of those dogs bite the darkspawn and get too much of that blood in them. It's like poison. Slow, painful death. Go on, then. Good luck to you, then.
Greetings. King Caelan is not in his tent right now. I suppose I do, though he's spending most of his time with the Grey Wardens. He rides with them. Tairn Logain sees the king whenever he can and argues with him over coming battles. But the king wants to end the Blight with a single huge battle the bards will sing of for centuries. Do you think that's possible? That's how the Tairn feels. The king thought it was funny that Tairn called him reckless, and they fought about the queen. She's the Tairn's daughter. He wasn't happy about something she did or the king did, I'm not sure. As you wish. Greetings. King Caelan is not, I believe, is with the Grey Wardens in camp, drinking. He holds them in high regard, you know, as his father did. As you wish. You approach the tent of Tairn Logain. State your business. How can you not know of Logain? He helped free Ferelden. He was the brains behind King Maric's armies and drove. King Maric rewarded him by making him a Tairn. Can you imagine? A commoner. Without Logain, you can bet the king wouldn't be winning against these Darkspawn. He's inside, but I don't think it's my place to discuss his activities.
Yes, what is it? Oh, you're Duncan's new Grey Warden, I assume. Caelan's fascination with the Wardens goes beyond the ordinary. Are you aware his father brought your order back to Ferelden? Maric respected the Grey Wardens. They have an honored place. You look familiar. Have I seen you at the Lands meet? The king told me of his promise. I'm certain he has it. I don't suppose you'll be riding into the thick of battle with the rest of your fellows, will you? Here for the glory. Now I must return to my task. Pray that our king proves amenable to wisdom, if you're the praying sort. Then simply...
You approach the tent of Tairn Logain. State your business. He's inside, but I don't think it's my... I suppose, as long as we talk... The Tairn's known the king since he was swaddled, so they don't stand on ceremony. The Tairn speaks his mind. Personally, I think the king should do what Tairn Logain tells him. Without the Tairn, we wouldn't be doing as well here as we are. Very well.
Yeah, I think the Tairn does, and the Darkspawn capture him and turn him into a minion.
Hail, Grey Warden.
How do you do?
Shh, I'm trying to listen.
Death is no failure, my friend. Should it... Find you. You will not have failed your...
Hail to you.
You will have served...
Greetings, young man. You are Duncan's newest recruit, are you not? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wynne, one of the mages summoned by the king. Well met, and good luck to you on the battlefield. To us all, in fact. The king must always seem confident. He does seem to find his enthusiasm easily, though. Reminds me of a puppy. And I say that to defeat the Darkspawn, we have to work together. It's not an idea everyone seems able to grasp. Stragglers, yes. No, I wonder, how much do you know of the connection between Darkspawn and the Fade? Anytime your spirit leaves your earthly body, whether it's to dream It's home to many spirits, some benevolent, others far less so. At the heart of the Fade lies the Black City. Some say the Black City was once the seat of the Maker. But when the mages from the Tevinter Imperium, that taint transformed those men, turning them into twisted reflections of their own hearts. And the Maker, at least that's what the Chant of Light says. It may be allegory, meant to teach us that our own... It is as good an explanation as any for now. Yes, okay. But I'm certain Duncan has... Back again? Don't the Grey Wardens need you? Off you go. I have preparations.
Hail to you.
I'm sorry, but the mages must not be interrupted. The mages must not be interrupted. Their spirits are in the Fade. The Fade is the realm of dreams and the land of the dead. Regardless, they are not to be disturbed, not even by Grey Wardens.
Maker above, hear the prayers of your sons and daughters. We who betrayed your prophet Andraste now beg your forgiveness. Do not abandon us in our darkest hour. Watch over the valiant King Kaelin and guide him as he faces this terrible evil. Watch over Terran Logain and give him the wisdom to bring us victory against the Scourge of Shadow. Watch over Ferelden, the homeland of Holy Andraste. Keep her people safe.
Think again.
Let us bow our heads and offer prayers to the Maker.
Excuse me, I must get the hounds ready for battle. Half the dogs are sick from darkspawn blood. It's terrible.
You there, elf. What's your name?
It's Pick, sir.
Go tell Tern Logain that the war party's ready to begin scouting. We'll send word if we find anything amiss.
Yes, sir. Right away, sir.
What do you need? You haven't brought more instructions from the Tern, I hope. Tern Logain has changed our scout. If you're not from the Tern, what do you want? We're busy. We aren't. We're Ash Warriors. Our training has been passed down since Lathias the Dwarf Son first harnessed the battle rage of the dwarves. It is an old tale. We harness the rage inside us, nurture it, and draw it out so we cannot... It is a dwarven discipline, but we've adapted. That is our way. I trust my hound with my life, as he trusts me with his. Then you are most full. A trained Mabari hound is as dangerous as any sword. We do not speak of a city pet or those things that sit in an old woman's lap. They use scent to distinguish us from our enemies. But the blood of... So we paint ourselves with Caddis, which overpowers the blood, and also paint our hounds so they know we are the same. Why? Would you steal our Caddis and give it to the Darkspawn hordes? Good. I hear death is unpleasant. To scout the wilds and watch the progression of the Darkspawn, the hunt will be good if my hound survives the blood of his prey. If he dies, I shall mourn. Darkspawn blood is poisonous, but not always fatal. The Wardens say that tainted blood drives even the survivors mad eventually. But not today. They fight at our side. We don't fret over their safety. My thanks.
We are preparing for battle.
Lead
This
me
is a
to my
solemn time for
preparations.
us.
It's good to have Grey Wardens amongst us. With their help, perhaps we can push these things back underground for good.
Hail. You're one of Duncan's new recruits, correct? I can't let you through to the Korkari. The Korkari Wilds is a dangerous place. More so now that one of our scouting patrols has been gone for 3 days. We're taking bets on who got them first, the Darkspawn or... Oh, sure. There's an old legend in these parts about Flemeth, the apostate sorceress who conquered this area centuries ago.
Yes.
She united the chasing barbarians and invaded the farmlands. That's when the great hero, Cormac,
we'll
destroyed
need
her
her
army with his.
later.
Took her head
We'll
right off,
talk
so
about
they say. Her daughters survived and became the Witches of the Wild. Tales tell of them plaguing this area since, mostly superstitions, stealing babies and spoiling milk. Only when it's dark and the wind is bad. No doubt those patrols met some darkspawn. At any rate, that's why Duncan doesn't...
It hurts so much.
You may not want to remain here long, Warden.
You need to convince them. We've got to run. The Darkspawn are coming. I saw them.
I apologize, Warden. He's been like this ever since they found him in the wilds. The commander who brought him here didn't seem to
You can feel it, can't you? They'll come out of that forest and spread. Like...
that's quite enough out of you.
They were every... I don't want to see any...
He's right, though.
In the name of Andraste, I bless you today.
They're going
May you
to kill
find
us all.
favor in the
Kill
Maker's
us and then
eyes.
eat us.
I look
So let
forward
it
to the
be.
morning's glorious battle.
Greetings. You must be the third recruit we've heard about. Sir Jury is my name. I hail from Redcliffe, where I served as knight under the command of Arle. You have the bearing of a man who knows how to fight. If I may ask, were you a soldier before you came here? Are you a nobleman? I am honored to be in your... I hope we're both lucky enough to eventually join the Wardens. Is it not thrilling to be given that chance? As am I. Has anyone told you about it? I never heard of such a ritual. I had no idea. I suppose since you're finally here, I'd best get back to Duncan.
Ah, I suspect you are one of the new Grey Wardens. Will you accept the Maker's blessing? Then I bless you, Grey Warden, in the name of Andraste and the Maker above. May the chant of light carry your name to the ears of... Hello again, Warden. May the Maker guard you in the coming battle.
Huh. Someone finally comes and talks to the lone prisoner. I don't suppose you've come to sentence me? No. They put someone like me in a cage until someone important has time to... I don't suppose you have a bit of kindness in you? All I want is food and water. They haven't fed me since I was locked up and I'm starving. I'm a deserter. Or so they think. I bet there's no arguing them out of it, though. Armies are funny that way. I wasn't deserting. But when you catch someone sneaking around camp, does it matter? All I want is a bit of food and water. I expect nobody thought of it with all the battles and such. Just ask my guard for his. He's still got some dinner.
Lucky dog. You Grey Wardens get to ride with the king. They should have just hanged him. Put his head on a pike as an example. They say he was recruited before the war up in Dinnerham. Probably figured he'd never have to fight if he served the king, right? Why does anyone want to desert? Because he thinks he's going to die and he's a bloody coward. Either that or he's been listening to a bunch of hogwash about how the Darkspawn will drag you off and eat you. I can't just let him go, can I? Probably just waiting for someone important to make a decision. Then they'll hang him, I expect. And I can go and... Don't expect it was an enlightening conversation. What a surprise. At any rate, it's not for me to say. He'll get his day to plead his case, or he won't. It's all... Did he now? Since nobody sends me nothing to feed him with, the only way we'll get that is if I give him mine. All right, all right. I guess the poor fella could... I had nothing to do with it, though. If anyone asks why he's burping, I'm going to say it was you.
Hail to you.
So? Brought me some food, have you? I'm so hungry I could faint dead away. Much obliged. You're a kind soul, you are. May Andraste herself rain blessings upon you. My belly thanks you. At least if I'm hanged,
You
I'll
got
have a
your
little
food
weight
and
on me.
water. Now off with you.
Sorry, the main army camp is off limits for you. Sorry, the main...
Just making sure.
Well met.
Look carefully, man. This wretched thing is a darkspawn. They're strong and cunning and smart, but don't listen to those old white fellas.
Hello? I'm sorry, is there something you needed? I deliver messages around the camp. You have a message for me? You want to talk to me? I'm not in trouble, am I? I don't... I'm one of the king's servants, which means I run... If you fall behind, you get the switch from the quartermaster. Oh, I wish I were back at the palace. I better go. If the quartermaster sees me chatting, he'll think I'm being lazy. Hello again. You need something now? Oh, all right.
You get tainted with that blood.
This is supposed to be the battle that sends these darkspawn back underground. You believe that?
Right. It's a long and painful way to die.
Hail to you.
How do you do?
Hail to you. What do these darkspawn
Make a
want?
watch over, Lord. Well, don't touch the carcass. We'll be burning it so it doesn't infect anything. Well, don't touch the carcass. We'll be burning it so it doesn't...
The last scouting party made it back last night. Barely.
What do you mean?
Without them, my faith sustains me. I shall not fear 10,000 men should they set themselves against me.
Oh, there's another one. Ooh. I got a couple stuff I can sell
Hello
to the
again.
quartermaster.
You need something now? I deliver messages around the camp. You have a message for me? You want to talk to me? I'm not in trouble, am I? Oh, that's a... I'm one of the king's... If you fall behind, I better... Hello again. You need something now? I deliver messages around the camp. Then what is... Oh, wait. Are you the one I'm supposed to give Sir Garland's sword to? Because I think the smith's done with it. I'm sorry, but I don't know who that is. I'm here with the king's attendants, so I don't know everyone. I'm afraid I can't do that. The Terran specifically said not to disturb him for the rest of the day. I'm sorry, but I don't know who that is. All right, then.
I don't remember if I should take that sword or not. Let's save and then take the sword.
Hello again. You need something now? Oh. Hello again. You need something now? Oh.
I missed it. Oh well.
There are lots of darkspawn, different kinds.
That's unfortunate.
A short friend here, for instance, is something called a genlock. They're pretty common in the horde, but with the other...
So I want to go to the quartermaster now. Oh no, that's the mages. I can't go that way.
So,
How do you do?
well, you're not what I thought you'd be. The name's Daveth. It's about bloody time you came along. I was beginning to think they'd cooked this ritual up just for our benefit. I happened to be sneaking around camp last night, see. I'm thinking they plan to send us into the wilds. We're right on the northern edge of the... My home village isn't far, and I grew up on tales about the wilds. Even been in there a few times. Scary place. Cannibals, beasts, witches. It's all too secretive for me. I guess we'll have to wait and see. Like we have a choice. You sound just like the bloody knight. Well, more... Anyway, I expect it's time to get back to Duncan.
How do you do?
Well met.
I'm sure if I try to access that, that'd be considered stealing, and he would get upset. Yeah, and I can't go that way.
Have you seen an elf running about? Young woman, red hair, carrying a suit of chain. Blast it. Where did she go? That suit better be patched up when she gets back or by... No. Pardon my manners. My troubles are no concern of yours, I'm sure. I'm the quartermaster. Did you come for... Oh, I'm sure you have better things to do than run errands for me. I can find her myself. Arms and armor, for the most part. It's for the King's men, but you, Grey... I also have some, goods on the side I can provide. Strictly off the record, of course. To keep morale up, you and... So long as you...
He considers that junk.
Hello again. Is there something you... Let me know what...
Ooh, that's horrible. I was trying. I don't have a helmet actually. But I do have money to buy it. Oh, because it's got physical resistance. That would be a good one.
Hello again. Is there something... So...
Oh, tier 3.
Well met.
Oh, excuse me.
Oh, that's I think that's her.
Do before the battle. I must attend to my duties while I get the switch.
What is it now? Haven't Grey Wardens asked more than enough of the Circle?
I simply came to deliver a message from the revered mother, Sir Mage. She desires your presence.
What her reverence desires is of no concern to me. I am busy helping the Grey Wardens, by the King's orders, I might add.
Should I have asked her to write a note?
Tell her I will not be harassed in this manner.
Yes, I was harassing you by delivering a message.
Your glibness does you no credit.
Here I thought we were getting along so well. I was even going to name one of my children after you. The Grumpy One.
Enough. I will speak to the woman if I must. Get out of my way, fool.
I don't remember him being like that.
One good thing about the Blight is how it brings people together. It's like a party. We could all stand in a circle and hold hands. That would give the Darkspawn something to think about. Wait, we haven't met, have we? I don't suppose you happen to be another mage. And that makes you Duncan's new recruit, I suppose. Glad to meet you. As the junior member of the Order, I'll be accompanying you when you prepare for the joining. Right, that was the name. So I'm curious. Have you ever actually encountered Darkspawn before? When I fought my first one, I wasn't prepared for how monstrous it was. Anyhow, whenever you're ready, let's get back to Duncan. I imagine he's eager to get things started. With the mage, the Circle is here at the King's request, and the Chantry doesn't like that one bit. They just love letting mages know how unwell, which puts me in a bit of an awkward position. I was once a Templar. Not that that's all Templars do, but yes, the chant. I'm sure the revered mother meant it as an insult, sending me as her messenger, and the mage picked right up. I never would have agreed to deliver it, but Duncan says we're all to cooperate and get along. Apparently they didn't get the same speech. Davith and Sir Jory are here in the camp. Have you met them? That makes things easy then. They'll both be back with Duncan by now. You do? If you have any questions, let me know. Yes? As I said, I was trained. The Chantry raised me, and becoming a Templar was a decision. Duncan saw I wasn't happy, and figured my training against mages could double for fighting Darkspawn. The Grand Cleric wouldn't have let me go if Duncan never forced the issue. I'll always be grateful to him. It just wasn't for me. I believe in the Maker well enough, but I never wanted to devote my life. I spent years in that Chantry, hopelessly resigned to my fate. He risked a lot of trouble with the Grand Cleric to help me. Or maybe he just happens to be a good man. What about? So I imagine. What would you like to know? The Grey Wardens are warriors without equal. Darkspawn threatened to destroy the world 4 times over. Each time, the Grey Wardens led mankind to victory. Nobody knows more about Darkspawn, and nobody's better equipped to deal with them. I don't know if I'd go that far. That means some pretty extreme things. Whatever it takes to bring Well, let's see.
Ooh.
Surely you've heard of Weishaupt Fortress? The great eyrie carved into the White Cliffs far off in the Griffins died out, however, and our numbers have dwindled since the last Blight. There's only a handful left in Ferelden. A few more in other nations. The others are camped with the King's soldiers in the valley. The King's given us a position of honor at the vanguard. I think Cailan is actually excited to ride into battle with us. Maybe he thinks that's what his father... King Marek, Cailan's father, reaffirmed the power the Grey Wardens were given during the Blights. In practice, we can't conscript too often without hurting our cause. We were exiled from Ferelden once. Best not to let that happen. You want to ask me about something else? Of course. You want the Chantry's version or the truth? They seldom are. According to the Chant of Light, the Maker imprisoned the old gods underground long ago, as the old gods still whispered to some men and taught them magic. These men became the magisters used their gift to enter the Golden City, tainting it and themselves. They fled underground, bringing their taint to their gods. The tainted old gods were the archdemons who rose from their prisons and led the dark spawn against the world. The truth is, we don't really know. They come up from the ground, and that's as far as we've gotten. Yes, and it nearly wiped us out. When defeated, the Darkspawn flee back underground and seek out another old god to taint, thus bringing another. We haven't seen it yet. People are beginning to... But seriously, the Archdemon could be in the wilds or underground. It could be hiding. Just because it hasn't shown itself doesn't mean it isn't out there. They've controlled the deep roads ever since they defeated the Dwarven kingdoms. Even if we invaded, we can only chase them so far. The old gods were dragons. The Tevinter Empire had big statues of them. Each dragon had a name. The archdemons may not be the old gods, but they're definitely dragons. The Grey Wardens killed so many Darkspawn by the end of the last Blight. People decided they were gone for good. Of course. We chop off the snake's head. According to texts, the most famous Grey Warden leader, Garahel, killed the archdemon Underal in personal combat in the Battle of A. Of course.
Oh, he didn't say anything.
The Grey Wardens keep watch. We feel the dark spawn when they come. You'll understand, not to mention people start to notice when darkspawn pour out of the wilds and taint everything around them. Thousands, tens of thousands. They've had... You want to ask me about something else? Duncan is the leader of the Grey Wardens in Ferelden, which he would say, beyond that, he's a good man. What about you? What do you think of him? That sounds familiar. He's done the best he can with what little he had. You want to ask me about something else? I wish I could tell you more. Maybe ask me again after. You want to ask me about something else? The one tomorrow. I'll tell you. It's Tairn Loghain we should be looking to. Kaelin just wants his place in history. Tairn is planning the that's my opinion, anyway. I guess I should be thankful the king favors us Grey Wardens. But I know who's keeping the lid on. You know, that's a good question. The other Grey Wardens are riding into battle with the king. I don't know if you'll be with them. We're at the edge of the Korkari Wilds, the eye of the Blight Storm, right where Ostagar itself is an excellent defensive position. The Wilders were pushed back from here time and again in ancient days. I'm sure Tairn Loghain has the battle planned to the last detail. Still, no Blight has ever been defeated with so little cost. If we don't break the horde here, Duncan says it will spread until it engulfs all of Ferelden, which would be bad. Neither the king nor the Tairn really seems to believe this is a real Blight. You want to ask me about something else? So I imagine. You want to ask me about something else? Of course. You want to ask me about something else? Then let...
Alright. That looks like a good chest that I can't get into.
Welcome, young man. I am one of the tranquil, my friend. I am of the circle of me. It is a time-consuming process, but invaluable. Enchantment provides the circle its wealth. Certainly we would not get by on charity. Allow me to put it this way. Do you know why those with magical talent are feared? It is dangerous. Those with magical talent attract demons and spirits. We can be possessed easily, and even those with minor talents. Anyone with the power may learn blood magic from these demons. Thus, I was made tranquil, stripped of emotions and talent. I am no longer dangerous. Our forehead is branded with magic, which stills our talent and mind. The process is irreversible as far as I am aware. You do? I feel nothing. As the name suggests, perhaps we may speak of something else. It is the practice of folding magical lyrium into items first practiced. The Tranquil have learned their runes, and we use them to apply the irony, perhaps,
Yeah,
is
because you
that
can make
it is our
runes
very
and place them on
disconnection
armor
to our
weapons.
former talents that allows the Tranquil to work with lyrium so. A true mage could not. Runes exist that hold the power of the elements that increase strength or swiftness. Naturally, the greater the power required, the more expensive the rune will become to create. Good. That course of action.
Because I think it's shale.
Hello
that you
again.
have to place
Is there
runes
something
in.
you need? Some makeup?
Back again? Don't the Grey Wardens need you? Off you go. I have preparations to make for the battle.
Hound's ready for battle. I'll put the hounds ready for battle.
I'm just gonna see if I can find that elf that he was mentioning about.
I apologize if the soldier disturbed you.
Hello again, Warden. May the Maker guard you in the coming battle.
Yeah, because I can't go that way.
You got your food and water. Now off with you.
Greetings. King Kalen is not in his tent right now. As you wish.
I want this nonsense talk stopped immediately.
How do you do?
Natural fishwives spreading gossip.
So there's supposed to be more of these Grey Wardens coming, I hear.
What would you like? Let us be on our way.
Blessed are the peacekeepers, the champions of the...
Hello again. You need something now? Oh.
Maybe it was him? I don't know.
I will help however I can.
Grey Warden, excuse me. I need to get back on duty anyhow.
What do these darkspawn?
Well, in for a silver, in for a crown, as my dear mum always used to say.
We should see what Duncan wants us to do next, don't you think?
You found Alistair, did you? Good. I assume you're ready to begin preparations. Assuming, of course, that you're quite finished riling up mages, Alistair.
What can I say? The revered mother ambushed me. The way she wields guilt, they should stick her in the army.
She forced you to sass the mage, did she? We cannot afford to antagonize anyone, Alistair. We don't need to give anyone...
You're right, Duncan.
Now then, since you're all here, you four will be heading into the Kokari Wilds to perform 2 tasks. The first is to obtain 3 vials of darkspawn blood, 1 for each recruit. There was once a Grey Warden archive in the wilds, abandoned long ago when we could no longer have... It has recently come to our attention that some scrolls have been left behind, magically sealed to protect them. Alistair, I want you to retrieve these scrolls if you can. It will be an overgrown ruin by now, but the sealed chest should remain intact. Alistair will guide you to the area you need to search. It's possible the scrolls may have been destroyed or even stolen, though the seal's magic...
I don't understand. Why leave
It was assumed that we would someday return. A great many things were assumed that have not held true. Old treaties, if you're curious. Promises of support made... They were once considered only formalities. With so many having forgotten their commitments to us, I suspect it may be a good idea to have something to remind... No, but the effort must be made. I have every... Watch over your charges, Alistair.
We will.
Then may the Maker watch over your path. So you return from the wilds. Have you been successful? Then you'd best stop.
Hail. I'm told you all have business in the wilds. The gate's open for you. Just be...
Like vaguely remember everything.
Can't we just say, shall be done.
I remember what happens to one of the recruits.
It is begun. It shall be done. Quickly, we must fight! Another point.
I feel like Elfin Root is used in most magical games like these.
Over here. Who is that? Grey Wardens?
Well, he's not half as dead as he looks, is he?
My scouting band was attacked by Darkspawn. They came out of the ground. Please help me. I've got to return to camp.
I have bandages in my pack.
Thank you.
Did you hear? An entire patrol of seasoned men...
Calm down, Sir Jory.
Those soldiers were careful, and they were still overwhelmed. How many Darkspawn can...
There are Darkspawn about, but we're in no danger of walking into...
How do you know? I'm not a coward, but this is foolish and reckless. We should go back. I still do not relish the thought of encounter...
Know this. All Grey Wardens can sense Darkspawn. Whatever their cunning, I guarantee...
You see, Sir Knight, we might die, but we'll be...
That is...
That doesn't mean I'm here to make this easy, however.
So look for 2 large statues with the chest between them.
That flower, white with a red centre. The kennel master Ostergar was asking about those. The kennel master said this flower can help dogs that get... At any rate, he was offering a reward if someone went into the wilds and brought...
More darkspawn. Great.
They're not chasing us.
Darkspawn! Very well. It shall be done. Don't give them the advantage!
I was like... This?
What's this?
Oh yeah.
Darkspawn.
As you said.
Do not falter!
Blast!
I got a lot of combat noises, bro. Just like how when you loot something, it just immediately breaks down.
It's begun. Is that not the flower? Oh, nothing. Thought maybe there would be something. No. These fools have been on, or if they have been, they've just been silent about it.
There, more.
It has begun. Don't give them the advantage.
More darkspawn.
Shall we go?
Away with you!
Ah. Ooh, any of these guys,
Not a chance.
thief? Guess not. Now I can finally put on the helmet. Probably should have went with the
Look
lock-picking
there.
skills.
Poor slobs. That just seems so excessive.
He didn't tell us anything. Yeah, because I've been that way. There's another thing behind me? Oh, shoot. Oh, is that the camp that he was talking about in the wheel? That's way down there. Okay. This might be that one with the last wheel. That's of any importance. Nothing good. Are more flowers. I don't know if he's gonna say, hey, go back in there and do them. If he does, I can easily do that. What was that sound?
What's this?
Wow, it's like really making me work for this. There's nothing here. What? So I think I found probably all the chest signs. I just gotta complete it. Alright, so pretty much done. Just have to cut through down south to go that way. Oh, I thought that was somebody I could, or something I could do. Uh-oh. He does have something important about to happen.
Very well.
What the hell?
It's begun. Foolish! Very well. Careful! Here. Quickly, we must fight! Begun.
Pile of rocks. Huh. So it's somewhere that's close that can see that.
Over here.
Ah. So, up there maybe? There's a lot in this place. Ooh, I wish I could sprint.
Let us dispatch them quickly.
I was
Shall
gonna
we
say
done?
another vertical.
Dead yet?
Alpha Wolf, no wonder. Ah, this is the statue one. Oh. Too bad nobody deserves this right now. Yeah, does the same. Too bad I couldn't loot the Alpha Wolf. Wonder if it's this that I have to sprinkle. No, I don't think it is. I think it's on the other side. Because it said the dome, and that's that right there. I'm getting hungry.
be done.
Damn you!
Serves me right for not paying attention.
God dang! It does weaker damage. Barely anything. Yeah, Skyrim. Yep, there's another flower there. How much space do I have? I still got a bit. So I gotta go up north. Or based on where I'm at. Uh-oh. Yeah, there's another flower there. Another one there. Another one there.
Darkspawn. They just crop up everywhere, don't they?
Very well.
Find the maker! Watch it!
Yeah, all of us need to attack this together. For the Grey Wardens! Ah, here it is.
Very well.
The abomination.
We must fight.
Right, man.
Damn you! Say your prayers! We are that awesome!
That's what the abomination looks like when the enlightened get possessed. Yes, I completed that. That's just the farewell will, or no, this one. I think the letter was attached to it. And then I just did that. Or I also did that too. Alright, sweet. Everything's been explored. I just gotta take care of the main mission and I'm done. Okay, keep going.
Well, well. What have we here? Are you a vulture,
Like this was everybody's
I wonder?
favorite character.
A scavenger, poking amidst a corpse whose bones were long since cleaned? Or merely an intruder, come into these darkspawn-filled wilds of mine in search of easy prey? What say you, Scavenger or intruder? Is a tower no longer? The wilds have obviously claimed this desiccated corpse. I have watched your progress for some time. Where do they go, I wondered? Why are they here? And now you disturb ashes none have touched for so long. Why is that?
Don't answer her. She looks chastened, and that means others may be nearby.
Oh, you fear barbarians will swoop down upon you.
Yes, swooping is bad.
She's a witch of the wild, she is. She'll turn us into toads.
Witch of the Wilds. Such idle fancies, those legends. Have you no minds of your own? You there, handsome lad. Tell me your name and I shall tell you mine. Let us be civilized. Now that is a proper civil greeting, even here in the wilds. You may call me Morrigan. Shall I guess your purpose? You sought something in
Morgan,
that
that's
chest?
right. I had to say Morgana.
Something that is here no longer?
Here no longer? You stole them, didn't you? You're some kind of sneaky witch thief.
How very eloquent. How does one steal from dead men?
Quite easily, it seems. Those documents are Grey Warden property, and I suggest you return them.
I will not, for 'twas not I who removed them. Invoke a name that means nothing here any longer if you wish. I am not threatened. 'Twas my mother, in fact. There is a sensible request. I like you.
I'd be careful. First it's, I like you, but then zap. Frog time.
She'll put us all in the pot, she will. Just you watch.
If the pot's warmer than this forest, it'd be a nice change.
Follow me then, if it pleases you. Greetings, Mother. I bring before you 4 Grey Wardens who...
I see them, girl. Much as I expected.
Are we supposed to believe you were expecting us?
You are required to do nothing, least of all believe. Shut one's eyes tight or open one's arms wide. Either way, one's a fool.
She's a witch, I tell you. We shouldn't be talking to her.
Quiet, Dareth. If she's really a witch, do you want to make her mad?
There is a smart lad. Sadly irrelevant to the larger scheme of things, but it is not I who decides. Believe what you will. And what of you? Do you possess a different viewpoint? Or do you believe as the others do? A statement that possesses more wisdom than it implies. Be always aware. Or is it oblivious? I can never remember. So much about you is uncertain, and yet I believe. Do I? Why, it seems I do.
So this is a dreaded Witch of the Wilds.
Witch of the Wilds, huh? Morrigan must have told you that. She fancies such tales, though she would never admit it. Oh, how she dances under the moon.
They did not come to listen to your wild tales, Mother.
True, they came for their treaties, yes? And before you begin barking, your precious seal wore off long ago. I have protected these.
You... Oh, you protected them.
And why not? Take them to your Grey Wardens and tell them this blight's threat is greater than they realize. Either the threat is more, or they realize less. Or perhaps the threat is nothing. Or perhaps they realize nothing. Oh, do not mind me. You have what you came for.
Time for you to go, then.
Do not be ridiculous, girl. These are your guests.
Oh, very well. I will show you out of the woods. Follow me.
She's one of the best characters.
Hail. Now be careful, there's more than...
I don't think I got anything else, really. I do need to get rid of a lot of stuff. Oh, it's a shade. I thought it was abomination. I thought shades looked a little bit. Oh no no no! Abominations are the giant creatures. That's right. Look at me, forgetting how I play this game. Yeah, we'll go to the Kennel Master first.
Greetings. Are you one of the Grey Wardens that went into the wilds? Did you happen to see any white flowers? I don't know for sure that the flower will aid my poor hounds, but it's worth trying. I have, let's see, 20 silver to offer as a reward for it. You're very generous. Thank you for your help. The infected hound seems to be doing much better for now. Thank you for your assistance.
Hello again. Is there something you need? Let me know.
Honestly, I'm not gonna need that. Darkspawn stuff is kind of pointless. Oh wow, actually that does not do anything bad. So hold on to that. I don't think I need these. Do I buy this? I don't remember if I need these, so I don't want to sell them. Seven. Take it. I should be fine without that. There we go.
Hello again. Is there something? So long.
Don't care about any of that. Yeah, mine's better. Dang, that does a lot. Ooh.
Welcome, young man. Goodbye.
Back again? Don't the Grey Wardens need you? Off you go. I have preparations to make for the battle.
Like I said, I really can't remember every little detail. But I know someone betrays us because, like I said, he dies and King Alistair becomes king once they find his noble bloodline.
Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry, but there's so much to do before the battle. I must attend to my duties while
And I think it's this game where the Tower of Mages go crazy. In the sense that they start the rebellion, slowly start the rebellion.
Greetings, King.
Make her watch over you, Lord.
I can't remember. Like I said, it's been so long. I don't really remember much. I do remember what happens to one of the recruits. The other one I don't.
Well, don't touch the carcass. We'll be burning it so it doesn't infect anything.
Because I don't think it's until the second game that's when you see it bleed over from the first game for the circle magic and the Templars.
Hail, Grey Warden.
Do you think we come back here for the final battle, or we fight in the city somewhere? If I remember correctly. What's funny is that this and Skyrim are tied together, but not tied together. Because you got almost the same materials, and you got a lot of names that are blended together. I forget if they're made by the same company.
So you returned from the wilds. Have you been successful? Good. I've had the Circle mages preparing. With the blood you've retrieved, we can begin the joining immediately.
There was a woman at the tower, and her mother had the scrolls. They were both very odd.
Were they wilder folk?
I don't think so. They might be apostates. Mages hiding from the Chantry.
I know you were once a Templar, Alistair, but Chantry business is not ours. We have the scrolls. Let us focus on the joining. I will not lie. We Grey Wardens pay a heavy price to become what we are. Fate may decree that you pay your price now, rather than later. If only such secrecy were unnecessary, and all understood the necessity of such sacrifice. Sadly, that will never be so.
Let's go then. I'm anxious to see this joining now.
I agree.
Then let us begin.
The more I hear about this joining, the less I like it.
Are you blubbering again?
Why all these damn tests? Have I not earned my place?
Maybe it's tradition. Maybe they're just trying to annoy you.
I only know that my wife is in Highover with a child on the way. If they had warned me, it just doesn't seem fair.
Would you have come if they'd warned you? Maybe that's why they don't. The Wardens do what they must, right?
Including sacrificing us?
I'd sacrifice a lot more if I knew it would end the Blight.
Oh, now I remember what happens to both of them. Well, I knew one of them. The other one, I think I remember now.
Don't we? The Grey Wardens have saved the world from Darkspawn before. You saw those Darkspawns tonight. Wouldn't you die to protect your Maybe you'll die. Maybe we'll all die. If no...
I've just never faced a foe I could not engage with my...
At last, we come to the joining.
I thought we went to an actual
Wardens
church.
were founded during the First Blight,
Not
when
here.
humanity stood on the verge of annihilation. So it was that the first Grey Wardens drank of Darkspawn blood and mastered their taint.
We're going to drink the blood of those creatures.
As the first Grey Wardens did before us, as we did before you. This is the source of our power and our victory.
Those who survive the joining become immune to the taint. We can sense it in the Darkspawn and use it to slay the Archdemon.
Not all who drink the blood will survive, and those who do are forever changed. This is why the joining is a secret. It is the price we pay. We speak only a few words prior to the joining, but these words have been said since the first. Alistair, if you would.
Join us, brothers and sisters. Join us in the shadows where we stand vigilant. Join us as we carry the duty that cannot be forsworn. And should you perish, know that your sacrifice will not be forgotten. And that one day, we shall join you.
Davith, step forward. I am sorry, Davith. Step forward, Jory.
But I have a wife, a child. Had I known...
There is no turning back.
No! You ask too much. There is no glory in this.
I am sorry.
They probably could have survived.
But the joining is not yet complete. You are called upon to submit yourself to the taint for the greater good. From this moment forth, you are a Grey Warden. It is finished. Welcome.
2 more deaths. In my joining, only one of us died, but it was horrible. I'm glad at least one of you made it through.
How do you feel?
Because I think it's in the DLC after this that's between the first and the second. That's why I must be pulling it. Even if you drink it, you can still survive, but you become tainted and you look like an undead.
Did you have dreams? I had terrible dreams after my joining.
Such dreams come when you begin to sense the darkspawn, as we all do. That and many other things can be explained in the months to come.
Before I forget, there is one last part to your joining. We take some of that blood and put it in a pendant. Something to remind us of those who didn't make it this far.
Take some time. When you're ready, I'd like you to accompany me to a meeting with the king. The king is discussing strategy for the upcoming battle. I am not sure why he has requested your presence. The meeting is to the west, down the stairs. Please attend as soon as you're able.
Just do 1 strength, 2 dexterity, and 1 cunning. Oh, did I get their stuff? Ooh, Constitution, let's go. Yeah, because I don't think there's really anything else I need to do.
We can speak more after.
Loghain, my decision is final. I will stand by the Grey Wardens in this assault.
You risk too much, Kalen. The Darkspawn horde is too dangerous for you to be playing hero on the front lines.
If that's the case, perhaps we should wait for the Orlesian forces to join us after all.
I must repeat my protest to your fool notion that we need the Orlesians to defend ourselves.
It is not a fool notion. Our arguments with the Orlesians are a thing of the past, and you will remember who is king.
How fortunate Marek did not live to see his son ready to hand Ferelden over to those who enslaved us for a century.
Then our current forces will have to suffice, won't they? Duncan, are your men ready for battle?
They are, Your Majesty.
And this is the young lord from Highever I met earlier. I understand congratulations are in order. Every Grey Warden is needed now. You should be honored to join their ranks.
Your fascination with glory and legends will be your undoing, Kalen. We must attend to reality.
Fine. Speak your strategy. The Grey Wardens and I draw the Darkspawn into charging our lines, and then?
You will alert the tower to light the beacon, signaling my men to charge from cover.
To flank the Darkspawn, I remember. This is the Tower of Ishal in the ruins, yes?
Too bad
who shall light
they
this
don't
beacon?
do it.
I have a few men stationed there. It's not a dangerous task, but it is vital.
Then we should send our best. Send Alistair and the new Grey Warden to make sure it's done.
You rely on these Grey Wardens too much. Is that truly wise?
Enough of your conspiracy theories, Loghain. Grey Wardens battle the Blight no matter where they're from.
Your Majesty, you should consider the possibility of the Archdemon appearing.
There have been no signs of any dragons in the wilds.
Isn't that what your men are here for, Duncan?
Yes, Your Majesty.
Your Majesty, the tower and its beacon are unnecessary. The
We
circle
will
of
not
Magi...
trust any lives to your spells, mage. Save them for the Darkspawn.
Enough! This plan will suffice. The Grey Wardens will light the beacon.
Thank you, Loghain. I cannot wait for that glorious moment. The Grey Wardens battle beside the King of Ferelden to stem the tide of evil.
Yes, Kalen. A glorious moment for us all.
Another backstabber.
You and Alistair will go to the Tower of Ishal and ensure the beacon is lit.
What? I won't be in the battle.
This is by the King's personal request, Alistair. If the beacon is not lit, Tern Loghain's men won't know when to charge.
So he needs 2 Grey Wardens standing up there holding the torch, just in case, right?
The tower is on the other side of the gorge from the King's camp, the way we came when we arrived. You'll need to cross the gorge and head through the gate and up to the tower entrance. From the top, you'll overlook the entire valley. We will signal you when the time is right. Alistair will know what to look for.
We soil our drawers, that's what.
If it does, leave it to us. I want no heroics from either of you. The battle is about to begin. Once I leave, move quickly. You'll have, of course, even the best laid plans go awry.
Just not enough to actually fight.
There will be plenty of battles, Alistair. Be patient. Stay with the Terran's men and guard the tower. If you are needed, then I must join the others. From here, you two are on your own. Remember,
Duncan.
May he watch over us.
Wait, I need to level him up. Because I remember we go to a council and we have to expose his treacherous treason.
The plan will work, Your Majesty.
Of course it will. The blight ends here.
Let's cross the bridge and get to the Tower of Ishal.
There! There! A word. There!
Glorious!
think that actually hit me.
Glorious!
They can help us. They're everywhere. You're Grey Wardens, aren't you? The tower, it's been taken.
What are you talking about, man? Taken how?
The Darkspawn came up through the lower chambers. They're everywhere. Most of our men are dead.
Then we have to get to the beacon and light it ourselves.
What do we do now?
Archer with this. But maybe we don't get up here with Archer, do we?
Go! Now!
Very well.
Saved one of these guys.
It shall be done. It is begun.
I need some help here.
Very well. There is no glory in bloodshed.
Yes, that's right, because he did know about the lower chambers, and he said no one could go in, so he was planning the attack. Yes. Slightly coming back to me. Ooh, chest. Aww. But it locked. Almost seems like the thief skill is more important than anything else. Yeah, I'm worried that was somebody else that I heard. No, I think we find him in Redcliffe. I think. My brother.
Shall be done. Very well.
Homie didn't last a second. Some are actually specific. I think it says their names and you can only give it to them. Others are like that silver bracelet, you can give it to whoever.
Maker's breath. What are these Darkspawn doing ahead of the rest of the Horde? There wasn't supposed to be any resistance here. Right, because clearly this is all just a misunderstanding. At any rate, we need to hurry. We need to get up to the top of the tower and light the signal fire.
I think I do face an abomination here, or a shade. Can't remember.
As you say, I shall do it. It shall be done.
Darkspawn. They just crop up everywhere, don't they?
Shall we
Even more Darkspawn.
Very well. on. Shall be done.
That's why I think it's 0.
Very well. Away with you! It's a fine thing we've done.
Loghain better be ready to charge as soon as we light the signal. The king is depending on us.
But he isn't.
I shall do it. As you say, it shall be done. Very well. Very well. By the maker! It's begun. Watch it! It shall be done.
We'll say the battle system's kind of clunky. Oof, I'm getting there.
As you said. We must fight. Let us do it.
Damn it. Wish these guys would carry keys. It's the lesser demon. I like how it saved right here.
It shall be.
The beacon is over here. We've surely missed the signal. Let's light it quickly before it's too late.
Sure, I don't really care. Nope.
The beacon is over here. We've surely missed the signal. Let's light it quickly before it's too late.
Sound the retreat.
But what about the king? Should we not...
Do as I command.
Pull out! All of you, let's move!
Probably could have won this if he had actually joined us. I think there were legions come in, I think.
Ah, your eyes finally open. Mother shall be pleased. I am Morrigan, lest you have forgotten, and we are in the wilds where I am bandaging your wounds. You are welcome, by the way. How does your memory fare? Do you remember Mother's rescue? Mother managed to save you and your friend, though 'twas the man who was to respond to your signal quit the field. The Darkspawn won your battle. Those he abandoned were massacred. Your friend, he is not taking it well. All dead. Your friend has veered between denial and grief. He is outside by the fire. Mother asked to see you when you awoke. Yes, but I expect you shall be fine. The Darkspawn did nothing Mother could not heal. I do not know. She rarely tells me her plans. I do not mind. Take your time. We are safe for the moment. Mother's once you leave, 'tis uncertain what will happen. The Horde has moved on, so you might avoid it. I wonder at that myself. But she tells I would have rescued your king. A king would be worth a much higher ransom than you. I stand corrected. She turned into a giant bird. If you do not believe that tale, then I suggest you ask Mother yourself. She may even... Only stragglers that are long gone. You would not want to see what is happening in that valley now. I do not know who this Loghain even is. Perhaps I agree. You must speak to Mother, then be gone. You have an army of Darkspawn to avoid, and 'twould be best to get an early start. You were welcome. Though Mother did most of the work, I am no healer. I do not mind. Take your time. Only stragglers that are long. Are you sure you want me to describe it? I had a good view of the battlefield. 'Tis a grisly scene. There are bodies everywhere, and they also look for survivors and drag them back down beneath the ground. I cannot say why.
Because they turn.
If you are willing to run into the midst of the horde, perhaps. I wonder, I would have rescued your king. A king would be worth a much higher ransom than you. What a sensible attitude. Mother is seldom sensible, however.
See, here is your fellow Grey Warden. You worry too much, young man.
You're alive. I thought you were dead for sure. Oh, this doesn't seem real. If it weren't for Morrigan's mother, we'd be dead on top of that tower.
Do not talk about me as if I am not present, lad.
I didn't mean... But what do we call you? You've never told us your name?
Names are pretty, but useless. The chastened folk call me Flemeth. I suppose it will do.
The Flemeth? From the legends? Daveth was right. You're the Witch of the Wilds, aren't you?
And what does that mean? I know a bit of magic, and it has served you both well, has it not? If you know what is good for you, I suppose you should. Well, we cannot have all the Grey Wardens dying at once, can we? Someone has to deal with these dark spawn. It has always been the Grey Warden's duty to unite the lands against the Blight. Or did that change when I wasn't looking?
That doesn't make any sense. Why would he do it?
Now that is a good question. Men's hearts hold shadows darker than any tainted creature. Perhaps he believes the Blight is an army he can outmaneuver. Perhaps he does not see that the evil behind it is the true threat.
The Archdemon. The throne? He's the Queen's father. Still, I can't see how he'll get away with murder.
You speak as if he would be the first king to gain his throne that way. Grow up, boy.
If Al-Eamon knew what he did, he would never stand for it. The Landsmeet would never stand for it. There would be civil war. I suppose. Al-Eamon wasn't at Ostagar. He still has all his men. And he was Kaelin's uncle. I know him. He's a good man, respected in the Landsmeet. Of course, we could go to Redcliffe and appeal to him for help. Of course! The treaties! Grey Wardens can demand aid from dwarves, elves, mages, and other places. They're obligated to help us during a blight.
I may be old, but dwarves, elves, mages, this Al-Eamon, and who knows what else. This sounds like an army to me.
So can we do this? Go to Redcliffe and these other places and build an army?
So you are set then, ready to be Grey Wardens. No, thank you. You are the Grey Wardens here, not I. Now, before you go, there is yet one more thing I can offer you.
The stew is bubbling, Mother dear. Shall we have 2 guests for the eve, or none?
The Grey Wardens are leaving shortly, girl. And you will be joining them.
Such a shame. What?
You heard me, girl. The last time I looked, you had ears. Her magic will be useful. Even better, she knows the wilds and how to get past the Horde.
Have I no say in this?
You have been itching to get out of the wilds for years. Here is your chance. As for you, Wardens, consider this repayment for your lives.
Not to look a gift horse in the mouth, but won't this add to our problems? Out of the wilds, she's an apostate.
If you do not wish help from us illegal mages, young man, perhaps I should have left you on that tower.
Point taken.
Mother, this is not how I wanted this. I'm not even ready.
You must be ready. Alone, these 2 must unite for Eldon against the Darkspawn. They need you, Morrigan. Without you, they will surely fail, and all will perish under the Blight. Even I.
I understand.
And you, Wardens, do you understand? I give you that which I value above all in this world. I do this because you must succeed.
She does value her for a different reason.
Allow me to get my things, if you please. I am at your disposal, Grey Wardens. I suggest a village north of the wilds as our first destination. It is not far, and you will find much you need there. Or, if you prefer, I shall simply be your silent guide. The choice is yours. I may have answers. Ask. From time to time, I have been to the village I mentioned, watched its people, and on occasion I purchased goods from the village merchants. There I spoke with men a little. There they stared, and Mother wishes for me to expand the horizon of my experience beyond the wilds. Even she was not. 'Twas she who raised me, and thus I consider her my mother, born from her womb or not. 'Tis what you meant, yes? Mother was alone long before I came, and will be so long after I am dead. Such is her choice, though I suspect she would claim the choice was made for her. The real question is how we are going to get your friend past...
That's true. We can sense the Darkspawn. Conversely, they can sense us. You won't right away. We should be able to sneak past smaller groups, but larger ones, or particularly intelligent...
Mother has given me something else for them to smell instead as we pass by. It is important we head out of the wilds, however, not farther in. They come from underground, like an eruption. They broke through deep within the forest, and that is a small place of little consequence called Lothering. No more than a stop along your Imperial Highway. I would go more often were it not for the town's chantry. It makes the village particular.
A chantry? And they never in all this time thought that...
Of course they have. They even called out their Templars once. They found nothing. I mention it for its tavern, where travellers gather with... Beyond that, 'tis close, and I know the way. I know a few spells, though I am nowhere near as powerful as Mother. I have...
Can you cook?
I can cook, yes.
You missed your chance. Now it's charred rabbit from here on out.
Farewell, Mother. Do not forget the stew on the fire. I would hate to return to a burned-down hut.
Bah! 'Tis far more likely you will return to see this entire area, along with my hut.
All I meant was...
Yes, I know. Do try to have fun, dear.
Jesus, man. It's always like that. Oi. Yeah, because she can bounce between mage and kind of a dual wielder. Dang. Need to find the ones that are gonna fit her the best. Oh yeah, because it's only for mage. So that's 1.51, and that's 1, but it's 1.50. Jeez. And the Ozamar situation is just so crazy.
The time has come to leave the wilds. Do you not agree?
Sometimes he finds stuff, so it's best if you, like... It seems weird that... From there to there to there, like, it doesn't feel like there's much in there. But it works.
Have you not left yet? I hope you are not hanging about for some stew. Questions, questions. One would think a Grey Warden would be... What good would it do you? You are no mage. It is sufficient that I have passed on my knowledge.
Like a worn dress.
Are you still here? You cannot give them away. Since before I was wrinkled and old. Yes, men desired Flemeth then, and some even killed for her. I am not, nor was I then. It dictated all that...
I hear the
This is the thanks I get for feeding you and putting up...
Feed me, she says. Without me, I swear, she shall be caked in dirt and eating tree bark inside of a month.
About the Darkspawn? Only that they are more important by far is the Archdemon. It is the... This Tairn Loghain is different. You must deal with the repercussions of his deeds before... Then... Have you not left yet? Questions. Have you not left yet? I prefer to remain here. Considering what the world has done to me, I have already done more than it deserves. That is between the world and me. It is not a matter of power. No one person in all of... What is important is that you are both Grey Wardens. Your task is to unite. In that, you are more powerful than I by far. I am but an old woman whom the world... Yeah.
Alright, I'm gonna get out of here, and then I'm going to get off, eat, and relax. Because I do come back at... I don't know if it's here, or... a DLC. Ugh. Yeah, like I said, all of this goes to crap at some point. I just can't remember when.
And I expect each of you to supply these men. We must rebuild what was lost at Ostagar, and quickly. There are those who would take advantage of our weakened state if we let them. We must defeat this Darkspawn incursion, but we must do so sensibly and without hesitation.
Your Lordship, if I might speak. You have declared yourself Queen Honora's regent, and claim we must unite under your banner for our own good. But what of the army lost at Ostagar? Your withdrawal was most... fortuitous.
Everything I have done has been to secure Ferelden's independence. I have not shirked my duty to the throne, and neither will any of you!
The Banorn will not bow to you simply because you demand it.
Understand this. I will brook no threat to this nation from you or anyone.
Bantegan, please!
Your Majesty, Your father risks civil war. If Eamon were here...
Van Tegan, my father is doing what is best.
Did he also do what was best for your husband, Your Majesty?
To the door!
Wake up, gentlemen. More travelers to attend to. I'd guess that fellow is the leader.
They don't look much like them others, you know. Maybe we should just let these ones pass.
Nonsense. Greetings, travelers.
Highwaymen, preying on those fleeing the Darkspawn, I suppose.
They are fools to get in our way. I say, teach them a lesson.
Now, is that any way to greet someone? A simple 10 silvers, and you're free to move on.
What did I tell you? No wagons, and this one looks armed.
The toll applies to everyone, Henrik. That's why it's a toll, and not, say, a refugee tax.
Oh, right. Even if you're no refugee, you still gotta pay.
Indeed, for the upkeep of the Imperial Highway. It's a bit of a mess, isn't it? Not much gets past you.
It's not really a toll.
Do shut up. Even a Genlock would have understood that. Well, I can't say I'm pleased to hear...
Right. We get to ransack your corpse, then. Those are the rules. Did he say he's a Grey Warden?
Traitors to Ferelden, I hear. Tern Loghain put quite a bounty on it.
But aren't them Grey Wardens good?
You have a point. Well, let's forget about the toll. We'll just leave you to your Darkspawn fighting, king-killing ways. Yes. Well, move along.
So what do you want me to do? Of course.
So you're a Grey Warden. Dangerous for you.
Oh, this
to be
is
out in the open.
where I pick up the prisoner.
Back, are you? I thought we settled things nice and amicably with you Wardens. About what?
Actually...
Yes, fine. Life's hard all over. Nothing of concern to you Grey Wardens. Everyone's saying how the Grey Wardens betrayed the king during Tern Loghain pulled out just in time. First thing he's doing as regent is putting a bounty on Grey Wardens. Well, enjoy.
So, it wants me to deal with the bandits. Well, I'll deal with them next time. Alright, well, that'll be it for today. I'll be on tomorrow. Maybe. We'll see. Just depends on work. After work, how I feel. Alright then. Catch y'all next time.